The red-hot St. Louis Cardinals continue their push towards the National League wild card, hosting the New York Mets here this afternoon. Final game of a 3-game series at Busch Stadium. Production last night from third base in the person of David Freese. First with his defense, a spectacular double play turned to his left. And later in the 7th, Freese comes up with a 3-run shot to right that proves to be the game winner. After the game, he talked with our Jim Hayes.
Game and a half kind of still seems like a lot, but we're doing our best. And when you see that Atlanta loses before you even start playing, you got to come out here and just get it done. I mean, everyone knows that we got to win every game, and we're trying our best.
Welcome to the telecast. Rick Horton along with Al Raboski. Al, this is a lot of fun what's going on here, and particularly fun because the Cardinals are getting production from a lot of people in that lineup.
Ricky, when you win, you get contributions from all 25 players. First game, it was guys off the bench, Terrio and Chambers. Then last night, Jaime Garcia, the starting pitcher, and David Freese. I wouldn't bet against Albert, though, tonight.
And finally, we can get off that half-game business. Atlanta off today.
That's right. So if the Cardinals win, they will move one game behind Atlanta for this really exciting finish. But it's all predicated on winning here today.
Cardinals and the Mets coming right up. We'll let you know who the starting pitchers are when we come back on Fox Sports Midwest. home in the bullpen, ending up in St. Louis. Highlight of his career, perhaps, saving Game 7 in the NLCS in 2004. Izzy with 5 years of 30 or more saves as a Cardinal. Returning to the Mets on August 15th of this year, he picks up save number 300 in his illustrious career. Congratulations to Jason Isringhausen, honored here this afternoon at Busch Stadium. We'll have more on Fox Sports Midwest after this. We'll be back with more on Fox Sports Midwest. after a 2-hour and 20-minute rain delay. Terry Collins, in his first year as the manager of the New York Mets, has a club going in a wrong direction. They've lost 11 out of 14. Tony La Russa's club has won 12 of their last 14 and pushing the Atlanta Braves in the wild card. Here's the Mets batting order. Reyes, Tejada, Pagan in the first. A lot of speed on the top. David Wright, the power, and 6 left-handers in the lineup, counting the switch hitters, against the Cardinals starter, Jake Westbrook.
Let the movement do the work. Instead of setting up on the corners, just get right down the middle, because he can't throw a ball straight. Come out of that bullpen in the first inning and put up a 0. He's had some trouble in the early going, so concentrate on throwing strikes.
Fly ball to left on the first pitch is handled by Alan Craig, playing left field here this afternoon. The Cardinal defense behind Jake Westbrook, Craig, Jay, and Berkman in the outfield. Freeze for Call and Ryan Theriot with the start here this afternoon. He'll play second base. Pujols at first. Molina and Westbrook are Dobbs' Cardinals defense, and a new contract for the Cardinal right fielder, Lance Berkman.
Yeah, congratulations to Lance and the Cardinals. They got together on a 1-year contract for next year. It's really what Berkman wanted at this stage, and I think for a veteran player, that's the motivation you need, the push you need to just constantly, try to not take things for granted, but just play hard day after day.
Fly ball handled by Berkman, out number 2, retiring Ruben Tejada.
We talk about the ground ball pitcher, second best in the National League. 75% of the time, his balls are hit on the ground. So two fly ball outs, but very quickly, only 3 pitches. Last time he faced the Mets, one of his better games, he pitched very well in that game, and it only lasted 2 hours and 7 minutes.
Official start time 3:04 Central Time, so a delay of 2 hours and 19 minutes. And game time temperatures at 58 degrees. Cooled off a bit, Al, over the last couple of days. Still good September baseball weather.
Very much so. I'm surprised. We knew the scattered rain was in the forecast, but not to have that lengthy of a rain delay. Of course, these Mets want to go home as quick as possible. And let's see if Pagan didn't hurt himself here. Watch him, the backswing comes around and
wow.
And clobbered himself. Where are you?
He's smiling about it a bit.
Well, you got to be a little embarrassed, don't you?
I would think so. The Mets had an injury to one of their key players yesterday. Lucas Duda hit his head on the right field wall, and he was a little dizzy and had to come out.
Yeah, he hit one of those pillars around the bullpen area.
Albert handles a ground ball. Good inning for Westbrook. Good start for the Cardinals. Long rain delay. The Cardinals ready for action here. Here's their batting order. Rafael Furcal, Alan Craig, and Albert Pujols here in the first, followed by Berkman, Freese, Molina, Terrio, John Jay, and the pitcher, Jake Westbrook. And they'll see if they can handle the left-handed veteran from Duke, Chris Capuano.
Yeah, economics major there. So road troubles for him. He's winless at this season. In this new stadium. And he's been good out of the gate. He didn't give up his first run in the first inning until July. But we saw a lot of him when he was with Milwaukee. 500 record against the Cardinals, ERA over 5, and seen some good games by him. We've seen some poor games by him. Last time he faced the Cardinals was last season, late in the season, but it was a much different lineup than what he's presented with tonight.
In his career, much better against left-handed batters. John Jay will be the only one hitting from the left side here this afternoon, with Ryan Terrio getting the start. Strike one to Rafael Furcal, who's 0 for his last 6. Grounds crew's done a nice job getting the infield ready for play. It really was just a steady rain, Al, this afternoon. You wonder if the weather conditions would favor the Mets or the Cardinals, or would you say that's a push?
I say it's a push. I think right now what favors the Cardinals is a little momentum on their side, and the fact that the Mets are a little frustrated. They were hoping to get home at a decent hour, and now with a couple of 2.5 hours added to the game time, it'll be late when they return.
A little bit of the psychology of what's going on. The Mets players, as you say, they can't wait to go home. And you don't just mean New York, you mean at the end of the season.
Yeah.
And so they really are going to be more affected by the frustration of how they've been playing. Terry Collins has vented that frustration a couple of times to his team, but rain delays become tougher when you're not playing well. Not handled by Reyes. That should be a base hit for Furcal, and the Cardinals have their leadoff runner aboard. Mets defense next to last in the National League defensively. Harris Pagan, who's having a rough year, 10 errors in center. Baxter in right. Tejada and Reyes up the middle. Wright and Evans at the corners. Josh Tolley, St. Louis area native, and Chris Capuano, the battery.
As the Tire Foxball will show you how Reyes just didn't get that glove all the way down, and the ball snuck underneath the glove, stayed on the ground. One thing these base runners, one, it should be a fairly slow track, but also Capuano has a very good pickoff move. 5 pickoffs this season, 31 in his career.
Fastball misses high to Alan Craig. Any pitcher in baseball with 800 or more innings, Capuano has the fewest stolen bases. Cardinals don't run much anyway, so let's just agree that we're not going to go. How's
what
that?
Is it? He's allowed 8 this season, or 9 stolen bases this season, which is the most ever, and total 23 in his career. Changeup is his best pitch, but he's not afraid to work inside to the right-handed batters. And whatever he's thrown, it hasn't worked for Pujols.
The 1-1 to Craig. There's that move that Al was talking about.
See, formerly in the Central Division, playing for Milwaukee, and still has good success against the Central. He hasn't faced us this year, but 5-1 against Central Division teams.
This ball is hit deep to left. It's back, and it is way out of here. Alan Craig with a 2-run home run gets the Cardinals on the board in the first.
That is how you respond to a rain delay. Westbrook threw a real quick 0 up there, very few pitches. Furcal gets a base hit, then Alan Craig drives them both in with his 9th home run. Their RBI is 34-35, and remember, he missed 54 games with a fractured kneecap.
And that was a blast. 2 home runs in the game Sunday night against the Phillies, and Craig as the home run swing down. And you mentioned Albert Pujols has hit Capuano very well in his career.
Well, over 500, I think, is pretty good. 567.
This ball hit into left field. Gets under it a bit. And handled by Willie Harris down the line. Looked like he had trouble picking that ball up. Out number 1.
Alan Craig did the best thing he could do. Just get out. Cardinals need to get that quick lead. They do that, you know, like you say, Mets is on the tailspin, and look at the reaction to the new contract.
That applause is for Berkman and for Mr. DeWitt. And for John Mozeliak.
Very fair contract. You know, he wanted only a 1 year. Probably the National League Comeback Player of the Year, and I think we all felt like he was having a good year coming in this environment. You know, more time removed from the knee surgery, solid foundation under him, but I think to hit 300, have 31 home runs and 91 RBIs is a bit surprising to most.
Intense workout regimen in the offseason, which he has pledged to repeat.
A lot of times people get older and they think they need to back off. That's when you need to work even harder. You want to stay in this game and compete with a younger player. You have to really punish yourself and get yourself in the best shape and defy Mother Nature.
Berkman strikes out. 2 outs for the Cardinals. And stepping to the plate is David Freese, and Freese a big hero here last night. His 3-run home run in the 7th inning was a big blow in that game. 5 RBIs here last night.
Well, that was the key. 5 RBIs. They gave the Cardinals their first lead. 2 RBIs, and then in the 7th inning had the 3-run home run. Big night for the St. Louis.
Mentioned Capuano, a smart cat. Went to Duke. He was also Phi Beta Kappa there,
yes.
Which, you know, you and I don't know what that means, but I think that's pretty good.
Oh, I know that's what it means.
That's all we need to know.
That's all we need to know. And degree in economics.
Just under 500 in his career, 57 and 64. At his best game of the season against the Atlanta Braves this year, Allie had a 13 strikeout, 2-hit shutout against the Braves.
That's it. I mean, he's capable of throwing those type of games, but there's other times where he can be way off track, and you know, it could be a long afternoon for his team and a short one for himself.
2-2 to Freese. That off-balance swing we've seen from David Freese, and one of the things he's been doing lately, Al, is fooling us. He has that bad swing, and then all of a sudden he has a solid foundation swing, hits the ball hard the other way as he did last night.
Part of the problem there is the pitcher throws him a strike. David has had his share of injuries. He's missed about a third of the season. You know, broken hand. Then he had missed a couple more games with being hit in the helmet.
And he walks with 2 outs, which brings in Yadier Molina. Mets do run well as a team. They have speed at the top of their lineup, particularly Reyes and Pagan, but with Yadier Molina behind the plate, a slow track today, Al, as we talked about. It's one of the ways Yadi's a big weapon for you. Forget what he does offensively, but he's going to keep teams from actually attempting to steal, which is a big plus.
He doesn't have the same throwing percentage this year, but virtually shuts down the running game. Most people just don't even want to even challenge it. And it's also a compliment to the Cardinal pitchers, because most of the time you steal off the pitcher. So if they pay any attention, give any kind of a start to or cut down that lead, Yachty will do the rest.
Been good offensively as well. Had his 30th double on Monday night. And a couple of hits last night. Average now at 300.
Yachty loves to hit the ball to the opposite field, and Capuano is going to really try and throw that cutter in on him, keep him honest out there, but he can still inside out it, or if he stays back on the changeup, take that to right field.
436 feet the distance on the 2-run home run by Alan Craig here in the first. Check swing. Capuano dives for it. Nice play. Underhands it to first to retire Molina. But the Cardinals strike here in the first inning thanks to Alan Craig. 2-run shot. 2-0 Cardinals. For left fielder Alan Craig, who delivered a very long home run in the first inning. Gets all this one out.
That cutter can be an effective pitch, but if you don't get far enough in, that's what can happen.
Alan Craig is safe at home, safe and secure. New York Life.
See if Jake Westbrook can't duplicate what he did in the first inning. Got that 2-run lead thanks to Alan Craig now. So the offense, you can handle it.
Ground ball to third. Freeze has it. One pitch, one out here in the second inning. You and I, Al, talked about Jake Westbrook quite a bit, and I think we both agree that he's a pitcher that really shouldn't walk as many batters as he does. He's a guy that really just a sinker slider guy, and as a veteran and as a guy who really should have decent control, he's kind of a short armor. We're just surprised that those walks get elevated the way they do.
Absolutely, and part of the reason is such movement on his pitches. You know, that a lot of times that ball just moves through and out of the strike zone. Pitch count gets up, can't stay in a game late.
Changeup is popped up.
That's a pitch that he really has used more effectively in last few starts. He had a rough one last time out in Philadelphia, and at the last 8 games there's only been 1 loss, and that was Jake's loss in Philadelphia.
But prior to that, he had an excellent changeup and had 9 strikeouts early against Milwaukee.
9 pitches, 9 strikes for Westbrook with 2 outs in the second. Nick Evans at 262. 10 for 10. Right down central.
So it'll be about 32 pitches. The game will be over.
Wouldn't that be something? I'll have to check your math there, Al, but finally threw a ball. Jams him. Flared to right. Should be no trouble for Berkman. Another 1-2-3 inning for Jake Westbrook. And the freedom to choose where you want to sit. StubHub is the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the St. Louis Cardinals. 2-0 Redbirds. Alan Craig a 2-run shot in the first inning. Jake Westbrook 6 up, 6 down. Bottom of the order for the Cardinals here in the second. Ryan Theriot with a 4-game hitting streak. He's really doing that, Al, the hard way.
Yes, coming off the bench. And maybe only 1 plate appearance tonight, but he's hit well against left-handers. And because of what he's done off the bench and the game winner he had in the first game of this series, he gets to start tonight. Wild card standings. Atlanta is idle today, so the Cardinals with a victory could move within 1.
San Francisco Giants playing very good baseball as well. Curveball misses.
They have a LA night game in Los Angeles.
Giants have won 9 of their last 10. Bumgarner, their pitcher tonight.
Got a club like the Mets, they're kind of struggling. Last game of their road trip.
Stay on him. Nice play by David Wright.
And you jump out ahead of them, and not that they're going to give up because they're not that kind of club, but they aren't going to do the extra thing to kind of beat you.
One thing it does is takes their speed out of the equation. You get down against the club and you're really a team built on speed. It's hard for Terry Collins to really get anybody moving, especially with the slow track today. The Mets, Al, are last in all of baseball in terms of leaving runners on base. They've left over 1,200 runners on base. Long year for Mets fans. Strike 1 to John Jay. He's at 299.
And let's face it, right now they aren't playing at full strength. A couple of their better offensive players are not healthy. And I think even David Wright's not fully healthy either.
Ike Davis has been out all year.
Jason Bay has not made an appearance in this series. Their bullpen has been very shaky of late, especially with Isringhausen on the shelf. And by the way, a nice presentation. Cardinal ownership made a nice presentation to Jason Isringhausen to commemorate his 300th save.
He was very well received here.
Yes, he was, and I'm sure Jason was very appreciative and probably wondered a little bit. There you see this beautiful sterling silver piece is really engraved, has a Cardinal logo on it. Said something to the effect of, you know, once a Cardinal, always a Cardinal. He thought of in that way.
One out walk to John Jay. Sacrifice situation for Jake Westbrook.
And of the 300 saves that Jason has, 214, 17, something like that. It's the all-time saves leader in the Cardinal history. But truly, a lot of that save came as a Cardinal.
Westbrook jabs at that first bunt, strike one. Charging at third, David Wright. First baseman is Nick Evans. Decent speed at first, and John Jay. This is where the move of Capuano actually comes in handy. He's scaring John Jay just a little bit. He's actually going back to first base on that pitch to the plate.
You don't get that good lead, so if you don't make a very good bunt, they got a good chance to get the lead runner. And we're getting the bat out in fair territory, you know, kind of in close to the body, holding it in foul territory. Could make contact, more than likely he's going to go foul.
And he misses again. That one doesn't even get the bat on the ball, so a strikeout to Westbrook.
See active saves leaders. Mariano Rivera becomes the all-time saves leader. Cordero with 324. He collected his 300th save this season, and so did Isringhausen. Is he dealing with a pinched nerve in his back, affecting his numbness in his leg, right leg.
Prakal pops it up on the right side. Tejada calls for it and makes the play. Cardinals strand a runner here in the second, but have an early lead against the Mets. In September. You can find out more about the girls on Twitter, and you can like them on Facebook.
Hey, you know what? I'm starting to believe what everyone else is thinking. Everybody's posting that it's the Fox girls. Amy and Jessica have been a big part of this winning. The Cardinals are 14-5 since our girls have taken to the air September 1st. We were 8.5 games back behind Atlanta at that time, and now we're trying to reduce it down to 1 with a victory here today. So Amy and Jessica are the good luck charm. You know, everybody was trying to say it was the lack of the arch in the grass was why we went on a losing streak.
Or the relief pitching, or the starting pitching.
No, don't blame it on the players. But
we're going to give credit to Jessica and Amy.
Hey, yeah. With a little assist to the Cardinal players.
There you go. Al Ruboski, Rick Horton, Jim Hayes with us in the 3rd inning. Jake Westbrook, 7, 8, and 9. There's a line drive to left center. This could be trouble, and it's down. John Jay will have to run this down on the warning track. Josh Tolley with a leadoff double here in the 3rd inning.
Illinois kid from our area, and he's really played well against the Cardinals. Loaded up left-handers here and plugs the gap out on left center. Josh has been swinging a hot bat for quite a while now.
You know, the Cardinals 12-2 since Tony got that necklace from Carlos Santana, the musician. And I asked about him after last night's game because he's wearing that thing around nonstop. And I said, is that necklace the catalyst? And he said, no, the players are, but I'm wearing this just to be safe.
Just in case.
Well, we got the necklace, we got the players, and we got the Fox girls. So we're all covered.
Mike Baxter, the right fielder, hits from the left side and takes ball 1 from Jake Westbrook. Good news, Jim, on Lance Berkman and his signing. I think all of Cardinal Nation very happy about that. He got a nice round of applause his first at bat.
Yeah, he's very happy about getting it done. Obviously, the Cardinals are just a 1-year deal. And in an article written by Joe Strauss, some people worried because Berkman had a couple of quotes, including something along the lines of, people say it's not about the money, it's always about the money. But if you're really looking at, he got a 1-year deal. I think he could have gotten more years elsewhere. He likes it in St. Louis. He's upfront about that. He's comfortable. And I think he feels a sense of loyalty to the Cardinal organization as well. So sometimes it's not about just the money.
Fly ball to left is going to be a tough play, and it's made on the run by Alan Craig. And I got the feeling, Jim, he was just being honest and saying, look, if I say the money doesn't matter, I'd be lying to you. I mean, I got that sense from that comment from Lance Berkman, and he's a guy that isn't afraid to tell us what he thinks, and I think that's part of his charm.
Yeah, he's a guy that absolutely very realistic approach. But, Al, you got to agree with this. The monster season he's put together. When he signed the 1-year deal to come to the Cardinals this year, he said, well, I'll get more years once I prove that I'm back and I'm still Lance Berkman. So he could have taken his services elsewhere, I believe, for a couple more years. But obviously, he got a nice piece of change, and he's back in St. Louis where he wants to be.
I think it's a compliment to the city of St. Louis, their fans, and his teammates that he wanted to stay here. And no doubt he could have parlayed that into more money and more years. But I think he is, right now, he wants that to be driven by a 1-year contract. He's the kind of guy that if he fell off and had a season like he had last year, he'll quit. So, you know, by being on a 1-year contract, you still, you know, forces you to really come out there and enjoy the experience, not get complacent. And so it just challenges him.
0-2 to Capuano. Curveball. Catches the outside corner. Westbrook gets the benefit of the doubt. His first strikeout. 2 outs here in the 3rd inning. Of course, the other guy, Jim, we're very interested in is Matt Holliday, and it seems like as if we talk about him daily, but he's that important a player to the Cardinals, we have to talk about him.
Yeah, he's got the situation with the finger on his right hand, and he did take more swings today. That's good news. I asked Tony La Russa if he feels like Matt will play at all the rest of the season, because some people think he might not play again, and Tony says there's a very good chance, in his opinion, that we'll see Matt Holliday back.
Remember, he kind of thought that he may play in this series, and I think he was hopeful he'd start against Capiano. He has very good numbers against him.
He was hopeful, but he didn't think it was really going to happen.
But, you know, he's making progress. Did have a little setback the other day, but then he bounced back. you know, the soreness in the hand.
You mentioned the numbers, Al. Both Berkman and
Albert.
Matt Holliday and Albert, all three of them actually having very good numbers against Capuano. Jose Reyes has some numbers that matter too. He was tied for first in the National League batting race. Beginning play this afternoon, he's 0 for 1. Ground ball to third. Freese is going to have to hurry on the wet grass. Throws out Jose Reyes. Mets strand a runner. Bottom of the third coming up. Sports Midwest is brought to you by BMW. Come out to the BMW Drive for Team USA event and get behind the wheel of the BMW to show your support. By the State of Missouri Tobacco Quit Line. Call 1-800-QUIT-NOW. And for the melty, crunchy, spicy, and grilled taste you want at night. Experience late night at Taco Bell. Hours vary by location. 2-0 Cardinals, bottom of the third. Alan Craig, the difference in this game. 436-foot home run.
Who'd he do it for?
In the first. I know who he did. He did it for Torty.
He did it for Torty.
You were telling us that's kind of become a catchphrase among his teammates.
It's not my idea.
I know.
I just report the facts.
Relay the story now.
He's got a tortoise. Doesn't have a name for it, so they just called it Torty. His teammates have at various times yelled to him from the dugout in unison, "Do it for Torty," and he's come through. So it's been a recurring thing.
Now this isn't a Galapagos tortoise that is, you know, 50, 60 years old and you know, weighs several hundred pounds.
I don't know the weight, Al. I said I'm a reporter, not a good one, but I can't tell you it's 5 years old. I don't know the weight. I didn't go that in. I just knew I had something that I was going to bring into the booth so that Danny Mac could kill me. And he did.
And he did very well, I might add. And I just kind of sat there and watched him. I just let him do it.
Well, now I give you a homework assignment. Find out more.
Okay.
By tomorrow.
Yeah, when I'm getting killed, every once in a while I look over Rick, and Rick's pretending to look through notes. Oh, look how he hits lefties.
Oh, boy. Well, we want it for the Cubs series. Cubs come into town, 3-game series. Carpenter, Loesch, and Jackson will be the starters in that series. And then the Cardinals go on to Houston for the final series of the season. Game number 156 today.
You know, Tony being an animal lover, why don't you ask him to bring Torty to the ballpark?
You're giving me a lot of assignments,
Al.
Al.
Torty on the pregame show.
You're giving me too much work. I come up with a few notes. I'm not going to ask Tony to clear a tortoise ride.
If you need work done, give it to a busy person, Jim. Inside the bag. And a double for Alan Craig, leading off the Cardinal third.
more you see him swing the bat, he's made a little correction. A lot of clubs think the way he holds his hands, and he not quite as pronounced as a year ago, but they could get inside on him, but he's making a case that you cannot. Got bigger and stronger over the winter. Really worked a few extra side sessions with Mark McGwire in the offseason to try and combat how clubs were trying to pitch him inside.
So a double and a homer for Craig brings in Albert Pujols, who has a 6-game hitting streak. Strike one on the inside corner. Albert scored his 100 and then his 101st run in the Cardinal victory here last night.
Still 3 RBIs shy of 100.
Chance to pick up one here. And a ground ball hit hard to short. Reyes thinks about going to third. Instead settles on Albert for out number 1.
Those balls are to the runner at second base. You don't want to run on a ball hit in front of you. But he knew that that ball wasn't hit particularly hard, so if he took off, you know, by the time Reyes fielded that ball, it'd be behind him, and he had to get at least an out. So the safe way was to go to first. Good base run.
So now an RBI situation for Berkman. Berkman has hit .438 in his last 9 games. And again, today it was announced that Lance Berkman has signed a 1-year contract to be a Cardinal in 2012.
I have a radio program locally. Lance was on with us this morning talking about, we thought it was big news because he said, I'm pretty confident I'm going to be a Cardinal. And about 15 minutes after he left the air with us, the announcement came that he got his new deal. Good for him.
Let's see. First he tries to tell us he's the hardest working guy in town, and then he says I don't work hard. And now he's back on a radio show.
It's hard for me to decipher everything you just said there, Al.
Hard to pigeonhole Jim Hayes. A little bit of everything. Missouri Lottery brings us Fox Tracks this half inning. Pitch number 53 coming after a conversation on the mound with Tolley and Capuano. First base is open here. Berkman has hit Capuano very well. Again, normally a better hitter, Al, from the left side, but very good numbers against this left-hander.
Certain guys, you just see the ball better.
Jams him, pops it up on the infield. This is not going to get the job done. Out number 2. Cardinals, Fox Sports, and the state of Missouri are teaming up to help you stop smoking. For more information, call the Quit line at 1-800-QUIT-NOW.
And that's very important to stop that, but I wish they'd also add dipping. Don't need kids to be dipping.
I agree. Baseball's really done a good job of trying to correct that habit, and used to be such a big part of the game of baseball, Al, and it's much less so.
We used to bring in old ball players to spring training, Bill Tuttle, and he used to show the effects of chewing tobacco. And Bill Tuttle at that time had chewed for years, and his face was virtually half gone. And eventually he succumbed to, you know, cancer virtually all over his mouth and throat. What do you think about that, Jim?
It's a very compelling story. Kids should learn.
I'm glad you two agree on something.
Finally.
We knew we'd find something. 1-1 to David Freese.
We can agree that David Freese has found himself again. I was talking to him about, you know, on the road trip, he wasn't himself, and he said he just simplified things and just remembered who he is and what he likes to do at the plate, and that's go the other way. And that's what he's been doing. He said he just tried to simplify it and just do what he does.
Constant battle in this game to rediscover the simple things, and he was certainly the hero here last night, but so was Jaime Garcia. A little bit lost in the hoopla of the Cardinals offense was the job that Garcia did.
Some shoddy fielding behind him. He gave up the 4-run inning, all unearned runs, but Jaime was able to concentrate and stop the bleeding and press reset right there. And his ability to do that, as you mentioned, almost lost in that ball game. Tony La Russa in the post game said that was the most impressive thing of all the things Jaime's done. He's been outstanding in his couple seasons as a Cardinal starter. He said that was the most impressive thing that Tony saw from him. He was able to stop it right there and move past it.
Ground ball up the middle. Reyes has been busy, stays down on it, and throws out David Freese. We've had the pleasure of having Jim Hayes with us, but he has to go now.
Do it for Torty.
Welcome back to Busch Stadium. Jake Westbrook back to work, top of the fourth inning. Been very efficient and effective so far. Just 24 pitches in the first 3 innings.
Usually his pitch count gets up there quickly with all the walks and deep counts. When he goes 6+ innings start, the Cardinals are 12-3.
For call. Throws out Tejada. This week on the FX Game of the Week, our guys are going to be in Norman, Oklahoma. The Missouri Tigers will look to upset the #1 ranked Oklahoma Sooners in a showdown between the Big 12 rivals. The FX College Football Game of the Week presented by Russell Athletic begins Saturday at 7 p.m. in high definition only on FX. Westbrook has only allowed 1 net hit, working here in the 4th inning. He's working quickly, but not too quickly.
And there are times when the Cardinals feel that he works too quickly. And one of the problems they also feel is that he cares too much, and just beats himself up. Trying to slow him down a little bit. He has 12 wins, but 8 of those have been on the road. For whatever reason, he just hadn't pitched well, and you would think that it would be not that 12 wins is bad, but with the sinker baller, got a good breaking ball and a changeup that we feel that can be a real big pitch for him, especially with that sinker changeup combination. Just think he could be a bigger winner with pitching to contact. Really exactly the kind of guy that Dave Duncan really likes.
It's interesting you say cares too much, Al. Just, you know, what goes into that in your mind when a pitcher's when they say a guy is caring too much?
Well, that's what Tony believes, and it's just that I think he wants to do well so badly. You like to think everybody feels that way.
But everybody cares.
How many times do we, you know, not that we criticize, but kind of question about a guy that is able to hold it all in, doesn't wear his emotions on his sleeve, and he does, you know, doesn't do anything silly out there, but he just, they know deep down, knowing him, that he really wants to do well for the ball club.
I find that interesting about players of really all sports is, you know, we kind of want players to act a certain way, but some are just a little more calm and others are very, very demonstrative, like you say, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's a negative. It's just kind of their personality. It really is, you know, how it relates to performance, I guess, that really matters. John Tudor pitched like he was half asleep, but he certainly was not.
But one of the fiercest competitors that you or I have ever seen, and know how inside how intense he was.
And you, on the other hand, had that on your sleeve a little bit, Al.
No, not me, but the Matt Hungarian did.
Oh, okay, T-Plush. That's where he got that from. You've been talking to Niger Morgan?
Like I said, I only had one personality, one alter ego. He's got several.
Gone the runner at first. He does have 31 stolen bases. Big lead there. Not going. Breaking pitch is line foul. He gotten away with one there. He hung that pitch on the inside half.
And a couple of the Mets players asked about Adron Chambers and wondered if he had a little T-flushing. And I had to dispel that right away. He said, no, this is just pure energy and just a young kid that just is loving every second where he's at. I said, he doesn't even talk. You know, he's just a sponge soaking it up. But when he's between the lines, you know, his enthusiasm does a few things that could get under the skin of an opposing player.
And the simple answer, too, is that if he had that kind of overt showmanship that was maybe a little bit over the top, he wouldn't play for Tony La Russa very long.
Not at all. Time called is trying to retrieve some mud clots right in the base path.
Cardinals looking for a double play. Wright runs well. They're gone the runner at first. There he goes. Ball is low. Here's a throw from Molina. It's low, and he is safe at second base.
32 steals for Pagan. And Westbrook had to get out of the way. He had to forget that the guy's running. Got him from his knees, and look at Westbrook. There gets the ball on the shortstop side. Most important thing was to catch it, keep it from going into center field, and then a late tag in case it came off the bat. Many people forget, but Dale Murphy was a catcher, and he hit a pitcher, you know, with an attempted steal and threw the ball, hit the pitcher, and that bothered him so much that they had to change positions.
Well, I knew he ended up having the throwing problem after that. I didn't realize it was because he hit a pitcher.
He
had the Steve Sachs thing that Chuck Knobloch, where he could not actually throw the ball back to the pitcher.
But it all started from you know, hitting a pitcher, and he could throw, and I'm sure it hurt. And Aki Sasser had it with the Mets. We just had all the hiccups trying to throw the ball back.
Rick Ankiel could be added to that list.
David Wright just not quite himself. You know, missed so much time and spins out of the way of that pitch and wasn't even close to being inside, and it's called strike. Lazatire brings you that Exmo camp.
Been called out on strikes 3 times in this series, struck out 5 times, and a lot of them on that slider. He's not seeing it, not picking up the spin.
He was hitting the head, was he?
I believe he was.
Yeah, and so
it's understandable. Willie Harris was 3 for 4 with a home run last night.
It's a good series against the Cardinals.
And here's a long one to right. It's hooking. It's down the line, and this ball is a foul ball. Harris doesn't believe it. Harris is going to run anyway.
He's going to.
Harris does not believe it. He's going to keep going.
Terry Collins is going to come out and talk with Andy Fletcher, our first base umpire.
Now Mookie Wilson's not arguing it. He's the first base coach, standing with Albert.
You got to protect your player a little bit, and whatever Andy Fletcher said satisfied Terry Collins.
Well, he's going to at least have a conversation about it.
Now he's asking Albert. Looks fair, looks fair. And now it looks foul. Just misses it by inches. I think umpires are getting together to discuss it, but we hope they look for a replay if they can't figure it out on the field.
Tim Welke is the crew chief.
Well,
he's the one holding court right here.
But they have the opportunity, and now they're going to take a look at it, the videotape. And
well, if we're going to have replay, this is the perfect situation for it.
Now, Willie Harris, who hit that ball, hit the home run off of Mott. It's only his 2nd home run of the year last night, and both of them have come on the road. First one was in the first road trip of the season.
So the umpires will go underneath. They'll check out a replay of this, and you would assume they would come out and say that the call was correct, and that was just nothing but a strike off the bat of Willie Harris.
And once again, you see it, how close it is. It did not hit the pole. It just came close to it, and foul ball all the way.
I believe Mr. Harris is going to be disappointed. Already has the bat back in his hand, standing at home plate. Again, Mookie Wilson, really no argument from him.
No.
First base coach for the Mets.
And they're come back out pretty quickly, so home plate umpire has already come back on the scene. Now comes the crew chief, and it's foul ball. Well, they took a few seconds, got it right.
And cue the instant replay debate.
Oh, it worked this time. Why don't we work it on everything? Especially after a 2.5-hour rain delay.
Cardinal fans all over the map on this one. Some say yes, some say no, some say sometimes.
Well, that's it.
Some say I'm moving to another country if you have it.
They might pack their bags.
Maybe. 0-2 pitch in the dirt to Harris.
People. Part of the beauty of this game is the human element.
Right.
And the umpires do a tremendous job, and a lot of times, you see it the naked eye and without the benefit of replay, and you see it one way, and then see it the way your heart, whether you're a Cardinal fan or a Mets fan, and then you see the replays and it'll tell you were wrong. Sometimes after watching 3 or 4, you're still not sure.
One fouled off. The worst one I think that I ever saw was in the Houston Astrodome. I don't know if you were doing the game at the time, Al, or not. It was Jack Clark. He hit a home run off of Mike Scott down the left field line in the Astrodome. That I'm not kidding, was 20 yards foul. That it was so high that the home plate umpire, Charlie Williams, called it fair. And nobody on the field could believe it to be true, but they didn't change it. So
back then you really couldn't.
You couldn't. That's exactly right. I'm not sure what game he was watching, but he was wrong on that.
Well, Charlie won his first time.
The frustration gets worse for Willie Harris as he's called out on a pitch at the knees. And Daniel Descalzo head to Dick's Sporting Goods at West County Mall on September 24th. Go to cardinals.com/DSG to purchase your tickets and help Cardinals Care and Dick's Sporting Goods provide baseball and softball gloves for kids in our community. That's cardinals.com/DSG. Cardinal fans waited a couple of hours, Al, for this game to begin, and so far so good. A 2-0 Redbird lead, bottom of the fourth inning.
Pleasant right now. Cooler temperatures, but dry conditions. That's good.
And we believe all the rain has left the area and won't be an issue. And another thing that won't be an issue with essentially the 3 o'clock start time is something that the Cardinal players have been complaining about all season long, is the problems with the sun.
Right. Shadows produced by the 3:15 starts. That's my understanding next year, other than national television games, Fox games on the afternoon, the Cardinals will not have any 3:15 starts. They had a couple of them this year, but most of the time they were for national television.
Yadier Molina bounced out in the first.
Big birthday wishes for a young lady, Jennifer Etling. Jennifer celebrating her 30th birthday. Friends may not agree with that, but 30th birthday.
Who's counting? Hard hit one hopper. Acrobatic play by Jose Reyes. We have seen some athleticism out of him, out number one.
When he's healthy, one of the most exciting players in all of baseball. Trying to become the first Met to win a batting championship. Hit that lip and took a high hop, but Reyes had enough time to get up in the air. It's a vertical leap. It's that four-seam grip.
Ryan Terrio's 0 for 1. Reyes came into play, Al, at 330.
He was leading by percentage points.
Over Ryan Braun, also at 330. Matt Kemp is in third place in the National League at 322. And a familiar name has gotten into the top 10. Albert Pujols now 8th in the National League. And don't be surprised if he's not in the top 5 before it's over. And don't be surprised if he doesn't get a number of MVP votes along with it, and he should. He won't maybe get the first place, but they'll vote for 1, 2, 3, 4, up to 10, I believe. And so Albert has a very decent shot at being in the top 5.
Well, Albert,
again,
has already won 3 MVPs.
Ground ball inside the bag, down the line. Terrio rounds first, and he's going to have a 1-out double here in the 4th inning. Very similar to the ball that Alan Craig hit in the 3rd inning.
Where the ball really slows up, hits the wet surface, guaranteeing the extra base hit. Cardinals got their 2 runs in the first, need to add on.
Lance Berkman and the Cardinals announced an extension earlier today. You want more information and details on this new deal? Visit foxsportsmidwest.com. John Jay walked his first plate appearance.
299. Get that pitch on the inside part of the plate, turn on it, but remember to hold that front shoulder in and hit it to left.
A couple of guys in the Cardinals order that we'd like to see get hot again. A lot of production really up and down the lineup. John Jay and Skip Schumacher are 2 guys that haven't hit as well over the last week to 10 days. And it'd be good to get them back on track.
John has still hit safely in 76 of 99 games started at a 305 clip. He's appeared in a team high 153 games now. First 2 batters of the game, the Cardinals had a 2-0 lead thanks to Alan Craig's 2-run home run. A couple more doubles since then, but haven't dented the scoreboard.
Full count to John Jay. Well, one thing about Jay, you think about his season, really his career so far as a Cardinal in his 2 years. He's had times where he hasn't swung the bat very well. He's human. It's a game of failure. You make mistakes, but you just don't think about him making mental errors. He seems to be a very fundamentally sound player to me.
And there's early in the season he made a couple defensive lapses, but he learned from it. That's the key. Everyone's going to make mistakes, but if you can learn from it and don't repeat it, then you've accomplished something. And that's what John Jay has done. But there wasn't a whole lot he had to learn, as he was a good student.
3-2 pitch is popped into center field. Angel Pagan. Jake Westbrook will try to help his own cause. We've seen him do it before.
Got 8 RBIs. 4 with 1 swing of the bat. His first home run happened to be a grand slam.
Just glad we're not going to watch him bunt again. That was kind of ugly.
That wasn't his best attempt.
Chris Carpenter and Ryan Dempster in game 1 with the Chicago Cubs. Friday, Saturday, Sunday series. Kyle Loesch and Rodrigo Lopez in game 2, and then Edwin Jackson and Randy Wells in the finale on Sunday. Cubs playing a little bit better of late.
500 ball in the last 10. 22 games back of Milwaukee. But they want to fulfill the spoiler rule. And last year they did a good job at it. They really hurt the Cardinals. They came out of Cincinnati with the first place lead.
Carlos Zambrano beat the Cardinals.
Yes,
in a big game.
Came out of the bullpen, been banished to the bullpen, made his first start,
and it was lights out.
And was lights out. Don't have to worry about him this year, though.
No, he will not be pitching. There are some seats available, particularly for this Friday night and Sunday game. So come on out to the ballpark. Sunday will be Fan Appreciation Day here at the ballpark. The final home game of the season, 2011. Regular season, that is. Westbrook strikes out. On to the 5th. September 25th, the Cardinals take on the Cubs. Don't wait to get your special $20 discounted ticket benefiting the Salvation Army. For more information, visit cardinals.com/Salvation Army. 2-0 Cardinals, top of the 5th inning. Lights are on here at Busch Stadium. 2-hour and 19-minute rain delay. And it's been worth the wait so far. A lot of fans have hung around, hoping for a Cardinal victory and hoping that the Cardinals will keep the chase going on the Atlanta Braves. Game and a half behind the Braves coming into play today. Atlanta is idle.
And Atlanta will go to Washington, and tomorrow night they'll face Strasburg.
And their final 3 games will be against the Philadelphia Phillies. Ground ball back to Westbrook. Evans is retired. 1-3.
Philadelphia's lost 5 in a row. You know, they're going to want to get that ship right. They're going to play hard that final 3 games in Atlanta.
Only 47 pitches for Jake Westbrook. And Al, you talked about how the important factor for Westbrook is the ability to throw strikes, get ahead, and kind of just let the sinking action do the work. And really, his strike ratio very good this afternoon. There's another one.
Had that very quick first inning. He's getting ahead in the count. Just doing that will make the difference in his results.
One of the things we've seen from him during the year at certain times is trouble the second time through the lineup. Working on the Mets for the second time here. So far, so good.
Hopefully he'll end up with his 13th victory here today and another one. But I think, you know, you almost, because of his stuff, you almost think of him as a minimum 15-game winner. And there you see today compared to last Saturday in Philadelphia, He also not only 5 hits but 5 walks in 3 1/3 innings.
Very late on that swing is Josh Tollett. Jaime Garcia is a 13-game winner. Kyle Osh a 14-game winner. McClellan has 12. Carpenter 10. And Westbrook trying to be a 13-game winner here this afternoon. Base hit for Tollett. He is now 2 for 2. What's on tap? Brought to you by Budweiser. Mention the Cubs series. Beginning tomorrow, Carpenter and Dempster. Cardinals have seen Dempster quite a bit. Carpenter looking for his 11th victory. Coverage begins at 6:30 on Fox Sports Midwest, and that's the guy you want out there, Al, when you have to win a ball game.
Well, he took charge last time, didn't he? Well, he has 2 hits, both hits for the Mets, and on this road trip, Tolley is now 8 for 18.
Base hit to right for Baxter. 2 runners aboard for the Mets here in the 5th inning. Cardinals will miss Matt Garza in that Cubs series, Al. That could be a break. He pitched very well his last outing.
Well, right there, you know, this is one of those little things that Westbrook, for a veteran, really, you know, needs to maybe be reminded. But here, 7, 8 are 3 for 4. And remember, it was a nice play. Baxter, a nice play by Alan Craig. It was a high pop-up, but it was like shallow near the line. Had a nice running catch. But this is the part of order you need to dominate against.
Cardinals will be aggressive on this bunt. We've seen it all year long. Pujols and Freese charging. Chip Hale, third base coach, wants to talk to Capuano. He's got to be telling him, Al, you maybe slash the ball. These guys are breathing down your neck. If you think you can just get the bat on the ball and swing it, do it.
And that was the key that you say, slash on it, downward stroke. You can't hit it in the air because then you can line into a double play. But if they want to charge aggressively, just hit down on the ball, especially if you're bunting like that. See what they want to do here. A lot of times 0-2, you still got the bunt on. Those were 2 pretty bad attempts. Struck out the first time looking and showing bunt again.
One and 2 to Chris Capuano.
Really help your own cause by putting down those sack bunts.
Cardinals only lead by 2. Important to get both of those runners advanced. There he slashes.
Yeah. Down on the ball, and first and third baseman kind of think twice about charging as aggressively.
Pujols probably a little less worried at first base because he's probably not going to be able to get the bat head out quick enough. You really try to bunt the ball to third anyway for the most part, so Freese may hang back a step or 2. We'll see if Capuano can get the job done. 1 and 2 to the pitcher from Duke. Phi Beta Kappa, but they did not teach bunting.
No.
At Duke.
Either pitcher has been able to help their own cause with a sacrifice attempt. And they both struck out twice against each other.
Jose Reyes is 0 for 2. Now at 329. In the dirt. Molina blocks it and keeps it in front of him. No advancement.
Three-time Gold Glove winner. That's hard to do when you're looking for the ball outside and you throw it at the feet of a left-handed batter clear across the plate. And Molina going, think who's on deck. It's Tejada versus possibly the National League batting champion. 2 outs. Not like you're pitching around and load the bases, but he's falling behind 2-0. So now you got to think, don't make the careless pitch. See how that Molina's set up outside, but right now he doesn't really care if he walks him. But see, talk about that movement where just stay right behind the middle of the plate and just let the movement take over.
Not a big fan of that, though, Al, when you have a 2-0 lead.
I'm not either. No, there you are. You walk the bases full.
I think it's very defensive baseball to start thinking that way, particularly this early.
Totally agree.
Enjoy the last Busch Bash of the 2011 season. All season long, they've been in the Ford Plaza. This Friday, Tony La Russa will be signing autographs from 5:15 until 6 o'clock with guaranteed autographs for the first 150 people who receive line tickets. For more details, visit cardinals.com/promotions.
Tejada batting .277 coming in, .275 now. Doesn't have any power. If he gets a base hit to the outfield, you got a tie score, and you talk about at times Westbrook control can be a real problem for him.
So you walk Reyes. Now 1 hit scores 2. If Reyes gets a hit, it only scores 1, and then Tejada's got to get another hit anyway. Just to me, when you walk somebody into scoring position, you're asking for trouble. And we've seen Westbrook, who is throwing strike, 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 all of a sudden become much more defensive in the way he's pitching to the Mets, like he's pitching to Babe Ruth.
Yeah, I mean, Yachty definitely pointed to his head and then pointed to the on-deck hitter, like, you know, hey, don't give in to Reyes. Don't be afraid to load the bases, but that only works if you get the hitter out.
Mm-mm.
3-0 and way out of the strike zone.
Reyes couldn't throw a ball early on. Now he can't throw a strike. I mean, Westbrook. There's a quick phone call.
Sometimes you got to go against the grain right now. When you got a lead, you want to maintain it, and I'm sure that call was is if Tejada reaches, somebody gets up.
3-0, bases loaded.
Tejada would be smart, unless the ball is right on the tee, to take this 3-1 pitch.
Bases loaded walk, and it's 2-1 St. Louis.
Eric Wilquist will try his words of wisdom.
Mitchell Boggs starts to throw in the Cardinal bullpen.
Is he still on the team?
We haven't seen much of him.
There's a whole bunch of guys down there that we have not seen.
Michael Clado, Brandon Dixon, Eduardo Sanchez, who's been active.
Hard for me to bring in Sanchez, who has been out for nearly 3 months and didn't have any time or rehab appearances. Just came back off the disabled list after all that time with a shoulder injury. Love to see him if he was, you know, if he was right.
Could be a key situation in this game right here. Dangerous batter at the plate, Angel Pagan. Bases loaded for the Mets in the 5th. And a ground ball to the right side. Pujols has it, and he flips to Westbrook. Broken bat, ground ball. Derek Lilliquist did say the right thing. 2-1 St. Louis. Lou Brock, stolen base in the 4th inning in New York, ties Billy Hamilton's all-time record of 937 in his career.
You know, I saw a lot of those, several hundred of Lou's steals, and I don't know how many times I sit there and said, oh no, he broke his leg, because he would slide feet first, and he wouldn't slide till he was about 2 feet from the bag. And there weren't a lot of infielders who would keep their glove in there.
Rafael Furcal leads it off for St. Louis. I wonder in some ways if Lou Brock didn't kind of set the bar for Cardinal fans to just enjoy that kind of player that just plays hard and plays with just all kinds of energy. And you think about the players after that that we've seen, Willie McGee and a player like a Rex Hudler, and maybe now Adrian Chambers, that maybe Lou Brock set that tone, maybe even goes back to the Gas House game.
Well, he played under control, but a lot of people don't realize how tough Lou Brock was. And when he broke the stolen base record, you know, and I'm just talking about single season, you know, said it was 118. I don't know if it was McCarver, but one of his teammates said it was so it was like a 10-year-old thoroughbred winning the Kentucky Derby. Gene Giesman deserves a lot of credit, the Cardinal trainer, for keeping his legs, you know, at age 34, keep him fresh to where he could steal day after day. But Lou was a heck of a competitor. He just had that attitude. I mean, I can see him right now yelling at Jerry Grody, Mets catcher, I'm going to steal off you, Grody. You can't throw me out. And Grody gets so mad.
Ground ball foul.
You know, the one thing, Lou had those 938 steals, and only a handful of times did he steal third base. And you look at Coleman, you know how many steals of third he had, but Lou's philosophy was, I'm in scoring position, I'm going to score on any base hit. You know, at second base, don't risk it.
Call third strike on Furcal, out number 1 in the 5th inning. Brock may have been under control, but he was certainly an exciting player.
Oh, no doubt.
Cardinal fans love players that bring that excitement. Alan Craig has brought some excitement here this afternoon in a different way. 2-run home run in the 1st inning. has accounted for the 2 Cardinal runs. He also doubled in the 3rd. Cardinals maybe a little wake-up call, Al, in the top of the 5th inning, that this game is not in hand yet. More work to be done. Mets threatened. Scored 1 on a bases-loaded walk to Tejada. But Westbrook able to retire Angel Pagan with the bases loaded. That could be the biggest out in this game.
Yeah, when you got a club like the Mets, you need to get out on top, but then you've got to keep on piling on. But the longer they hang around with a chance to win, then all of a sudden they think, okay, we'll take it. And especially when you walk people, that just tells the opposition that you can be had.
Alan Craig delivered our Nissan drive of the game. This came in the 1st inning, and it was a long one.
Second batter of the game. Foucault got a base hit, then Craig drives him in with a 2-run home run. But the offense has been quiet since. Lou would also like to want to tell you that he hit one of the longest home runs ever in the Polo Grounds. Well over 500 feet. When Lou came to the Cardinals in '64 in the trade, phone lines lit up. KMOX saying, Lou who? You traded 20-game winner Ernie Broglio for who? Well, they found out real quick who he was. And Lou sat there and said, they told him, he said, okay, we want you to be a base to him. I said, you don't want me to be a home run here? He goes, no, we want you to. We got plenty of those guys. We got plenty of guys to drive you in. We need somebody at the top of the order to set the tone, get on base, and be driven home. And he goes, okay. And Cardinals wouldn't have got to the '64 World Series without him. Now comes our shadows, Rick.
And perhaps it will be an issue. The crowd likes it, but I don't think the players will. Full count to Alan Craig.
A little sunshine peeking through, but still not enough to make any problems.
Out in front of that delivery is Alan Craig. Again, trying to jam him, trying to pitch him in. Classic kind of way most teams approach Alan Craig, but he's learned to handle that pitch a little bit better.
Well, when we first saw him, and you see his numbers with a full count, big average is only 217. He's batting 300. He really held his hands high and a little bit forward, cocked a little bit towards the pitcher. And then you think of a very long swing.
Two outs, nobody on for Albert. His 11th year as a Cardinal. Already has a major league record for 10 straight years to begin a career, batting 300, hitting 30 home runs, driving in 100 runs, hoping to make it 11. There's a fly ball deep to left. Back goes the left fielder. This ball is gone. Home run number 37. RBI number 98 for Albert Pujols.
The 5th career home run against Capuano, and in Albert's down year, as you said. 305 to lead the ball club, 37 home runs to lead the National League, and amongst the league leaders with his 98th RBI. Hyundai loves to bring you this shot. High towering fly ball that you just felt it was going to carry, and it does for the home run.
He barely got his arms extended on that.
Cooler weather, ball doesn't travel as far, but the 2 home runs the Cardinals have hit today have been at plenty of distance, and they haven't been hitting home runs lately.
And important for the Cardinals to get that run back that they gave to the Mets in the top of the 5th. Albert now just 2 RBIs away. And he may have another shot at a couple of RBIs here this afternoon. Of course, when he's at the plate, it's always an RBI opportunity.
Yeah, but he's standing at home plate. He is in RBI territory.
He's driven himself in now 37 times. And he still has a shot at hitting 40 home runs this season. Wouldn't that be something? Ground ball up the middle, base hit, Berkman. He now has a 10-game hitting streak. And again, the Cardinals with 2 outs and nobody on. Pujols and Berkman deliver, as they've done the last couple of nights in the 7th inning. Right between the wickets.
Ball down, just kind of hit down on it, right through the legs of the pitcher. On through.
Six times in his career, Albert has 40 or more home runs. Lowest total was 32. That came in 2007.
His numbers this year kind of compared to that 2007 year. People would dream to have his down year.
That year he had 103 RBIs. Still hit 327.
Higher batting average, but production numbers were not quite there.
Lowest batting average in his career actually came out last year, where he hit 312.
Won the home run title last year in the National League. Batista was off the charts and slowed down a little bit, but he's still having a great home run season.
Sure is. 2-0 to David Freese. Berkman the runner at first. Cardinals have handled the Mets very well here in St. Louis. They've won 7 of their last 8 games against the Mets here at Busch. Dropped their first 2 games in New York earlier this year before winning the final game of that series. And they won the first 2 here of this series. Ground ball, base hit up the middle for Freese. Cardinals have done a lot of 2-out hitting in this series. Numbers we're talking about here in St. Louis, and this is since 2009. The Cardinals dominating.
ERA is good. Batting average over 300. Cardinals have 4 for 4 in saves.
And the only loss on that list is the game now that took 20 innings.
Right.
It kind of felt like 2 losses.
Jaime Garcia started that one against Santana. Both starters were outstanding, and then it was up to the position players who end up pitching.
Ryota Igarashi.
Westbrook's easier to say.
Couldn't agree more.
This looks a little more like the first 2 games this series, with first 2 outs.
And another base hit. This one for Molina. Here comes Berkman, who's going to be at the plate, and he is saved. And both runners advance, and the Cardinals lead 4-1.
Go get him!
4 straight hits after 2 outs. Last 2 days it was Berkman and Pujols getting things started. Now Freese and Molina add to it. That's 62nd RBI for Molina. That ties his career high. Berkman, 2 outs. Just put your head down. Come on charging. Sees how the catcher's to the foul territory, so he slides to the inside part of the plate. And Hyundai brings you that action.
Cardinals take a 4-1 lead here in the bottom of the 5th. Threatening for some more. Capuano's out.
See his appearances, 42nd ERA, 5.40. More hits than innings pitched, more strikeouts than innings pitched. A lot of walks too. 23 walks, 40 strikeouts. Lefties are hitting 220 against him. Righties are batting 320. There's a rally cap, and it's worked this inning. First 2 games of the series, it was the 7th inning. Now the Cardinals got 2 in the 1st and 2 more in the 5th. Got runners at 2nd and 3rd. 4 straight 2-out base hits. How do you explain this? Bring in this righty to face right-handed batters, and righties are batting 320 against him.
Fastball misses to Ryan Theriot. I think the only way it can be explained, Al, is that Capuano had given up 4 straight hits and he was done. And the bullpen has really been a problem for the New York Mets. Highest earned run average in the National League.
They just have struggled in just about every facet of the game, haven't
Really
they?
have.
Defense, pitching.
Here's a line drive to right center field. This ball is caught by the right fielder Baxter. Lays out and makes the play and robs Ryan Theriot, or the Cardinals would have had more. A 2-run 5th. Cardinals have extended their lead. Kia Motors. To learn more, visit kia.com. For a limited time, Jack's Really Big Chicken Sandwich Combo is back for only $3.99 plus tax at participating restaurants. And by Moneyball, starring Brad Pitt, in theaters tomorrow. Rated PG-13.
You going to see Moneyball?
I will.
I will too. The little trailers were pretty interesting. Looked like it's going to be a good movie.
You have to see all the baseball movies now. That's kind of part of our deal, don't you think?
If they're good, you know.
Field of Dreams is my personal favorite.
Field of Dreams.
Now, you know I was in that movie. You do know that.
Oh, yes, I do. And tell everybody.
Well, I'm glad you asked.
You were in the TV set, you know.
Well, but
hey, how did you get in that movie, you know?
19 minutes and 57 seconds into that movie, approximately. The key scene.
Approximately?
Yeah, approximately.
Key scene.
I'm on the screen, and the little girl is talking to Kev Costner, my co-star.
Oh yeah.
And she says to Cos, I call him Cos, "What's a left-handed pitcher, or what's a southpaw?" And he says, "It's a left-handed pitcher, honey." And they're talking about me. So that's my little.
You were
2 seconds
pitching for who?
The White Sox.
White Sox.
I was giving up hits for the White Sox more directly. .43.
So how many minutes and seconds approximately?
1957.
Okay.
What's your favorite baseball movie?
It's not The Slugger's Wife that I was in.
You were in that?
Oh yeah, I won the pennant. Gave up the 60-second home run, but I won 9 that day to win the pennant. Now they're getting sunglasses to John Jay, as the Shadows are, and become some of the Cardinals' favorite. Willie Harris thinks he hit a home run.
Almost.
Doesn't count here. And then he came back to the plate and took strike 3.
That's a bad at-bat right there.
From hero to goat.
Chevy brings us Fox Tracks this half inning. Harris is 0 for 2. Popped out and struck out. Rough inning, last inning for Jake Westbrook, trying to settle down here in the 6th, and he misses the strike zone by quite a bit with that pitch. Just amazing and kind of odd to me how the control just kind of goes for Jake Westbrook. He's right on track, and all of a sudden he can't throw a strike.
Yeah, and I'm sure, and there you see the shadows starting to creep in. That I'm sure that was part of Molina's thought process. You know, hey, you can walk this guy even though it loads the bases, and pitch to Tejada because you got good control, and he end up walking him, and another walk. That's number 4.
No walks through 3, and he's had 4 walks in the last 3 innings. And again, Derek Lilliquist makes the trip to the mound to talk to his right-hander.
He's had 3 walks in the last 5 batters. Arthur Rhodes warming up. Turned out to be a rainy morning and afternoon. Now it's turned into be a bright sunshine. All important for the Cardinals to maintain this lead, because it gets tougher to hit as those shadows take over the mound. And
all the more important for Jake Westbrook to find the strike zone then.
Find a ground ball double play.
For folks just joining us, experienced a 2-hour 19-minute rain delay here this afternoon. Skies have cleared now. The sun is out. Temperatures warming a bit. Cardinals enjoying a 4-1 lead here in the 6th inning. Jake Westbrook breezed through the first 3 innings. Just 24 pitches.
82 now.
A decent 4th inning, but really labored in the 5th, and now laboring again here in the 6th after a 1-out walk to Willie Harris. I wonder if Angel Pagan would like to have that at bat back that he had with the bases loaded in that 5th inning, Al, after Westbrook lost control.
Swing at first pitch. Broke his bat. Yeah, little ground ball. Second.
Here's a ground ball back to Westbrook. Fires to for call on the run. Turns the double play. That's the way you do it. Good defense. Westbrook helps himself out. At Bat 11 app for your iPhone, iPad, Android, or BlackBerry. Get live audio, pitch-by-pitch tracking, video highlights, and more. Text @BAT to 31826 or visit Cardinals.com for details. Line drive in the gap, right center field for John Jay. He's thinking about 2, and there he goes. It'll be close. He is safe at second base.
That's the kind of baseball that Cardinal fans love to see. Push the envelope right from the get-go, but make sure you're safe. And John Jay did so. His first hit, 0 for 1 with a walk, and right out there in right center. He really tries to challenge right here. And just a bang-bang play. Good defense. But you can see that the throw just a bit tardy, and he gets underneath the tag. Wonder if the Cardinals are going to pinch hit for Westbrook or if they're trying to find him.
Trying to find somebody. Igarashi just keeps throwing right now as they're waiting for somebody to come to the plate. So we'll show you a nice scene from the zoo.
Hey, you know, the new baby elephant's ready to be on display. But that's not an elephant. That's a sun bear.
You know your bears, Al.
I know my bears. That should.
What's that, Al?
Zebra.
2 for 2. Stay hot. Oh, I wish we had some more.
Me too. It's a You know, that's a Jaguar.
You sure about that?
Yep, that's a Jaguar.
Man, you're good.
You think it's a leopard? I think it's a Jaguar.
I was thinking it was a cheetah. You don't think it's a cheetah?
No, it's not a cheetah. I know definitely not a cheetah.
I knew I shouldn't have played that game.
Cheetahs run 70 miles an hour. I was in big cat country, and the cheetahs are way on the other side of the zoo.
You know your zoo.
Steve Burchard used to take me back behind the cages back there. They used to have an old, big, beautiful tiger. Lick your hand. And he took one of my grandsons when he was about 3 years old, and we went back in the inner fence behind where the Jaguars on one side and the Tigers on the other, and he called over the female tiger right along the fence line. He said, "Pick up your grandson." He said, "Now move him around." That tiger just looked and went. Whoops. Never lost contact. Never lost contact with my grandson. He said, "That's lunch."
That's a disturbing story, Al. But a good sacrifice for Corey Patterson.
But kind of a shame that you had to use a position player that Westbrook couldn't do it for himself. But that's a big important run out there, and the way Jake had tried to bunt earlier, you had to use a position player, and Patterson gets the job done. Now we need to drive him in.
And that'll be up to Rafael Furcal. Infield in for the Mets. Igarashi delivers a fastball outside, 1-0. Very good point, Al, on the sacrifice. There is a deep, deep bench, and Tony has really enjoyed having all those people on his bench. He's found a place for him.
A little late and a little early to start his late defensive changes.
But you know he'll do it. This ball gets away, and Furcal was trying to wave John Jay.
It kind of popped up, and I don't think John realized it was going to get that far away. Watch what he sees. He kind of sees it right there, but doesn't think it's going to go out of that far on the grass. And if you don't go right away, better not go.
Agreed. Jay, the runner at third, a leadoff double here in the Cardinals' sixth. Redbirds already up by 3, trying to tack on here with Furcal at the plate. He's 1 for 3, scored a run. The 2-0. Ball 3. Think about all the September call-ups that the Cardinals do have, Al, and if you have guys that are just in the way, that's actually a problem.
Yes.
So I think Tony's just decided, I'm going to find ways to use these guys in kind of their best ability and keep them a part of the action.
Enjoy the atmosphere, soak it all in. You know, dream about when you're going to be an everyday player, but biggest thing is don't get in somebody's way, and don't think it's you know, that it's a vacation either.
There's a hard hit ground ball right at David Wright. He was way off the line, perfectly placed. And he retires Furcal. Bad break for the Cardinals. That ball was hit very well by Furcal, just right at David Wright.
Yeah, David Wright is such a complete ball player and a good defensive player, but I just think he's just a little off in all of his aspects of the game. Makes a nice play there, but really not the same hitter right now. Missed a lot of time due to injury.
So it's up to Alan Craig. Homer double, and he's popped up. 4-1 Cardinals.
Swinging at a fastball. We've seen Allen at a bat yesterday where he just kind of had some wild swings like that. I think it's a fastball, and then pulling completely off the pitch, and it's a breaking ball out of the strike zone away. See how this pitcher, he kind of comes set, but kind of moves that back leg, the right leg, a couple times. And if Bach and Bob Davidson was here, I'm sure he'd call him for a Bach. He does it every time, and that's one of the keys. Not so much right there. You see the split grip, but when he comes set, he still moves. He kind of moves that leg forward a few times. Somebody's going to call a balk on that.
It just seems kind of bizarre that because you do it every time, that makes it not a balk.
It makes it okay, but how can you say you're not deceiving the runner when a lot of people are going on first move? And moves that knee, back knee. Why wouldn't somebody think that's a trigger mechanism to steal?
You're supposed to come to a complete stop. And any movement is considered starting your motion.
Yeah, see how he rocks back on that leg, and he comes set, but then he does it again with a slight hesitation.
He's not happy he did that. He walked Alan Craig in front of Albert Pujols. Pujols now at 98 RBIs on the season. He could get it done in this at-bat, Al.
I think last night, hopefully he learned a lesson. He came up with the bases loaded, and really it was over anxious trying to pick up all those RBIs, and just wait back. It's going to happen, but the pitcher's the one that's in trouble, not you, Albert.
Breaking ball, strike one to Albert. Average now at 305. Has extended his hitting streak to 7.
That's it. 19 home runs, 48 RBIs, and a 336 batting average since the All-Star break.
Pops it up. Catcher wants it. Now the first baseman calls for it. Nick Evans came a long way to catch that ball. Trivia question. Which Cardinals pitchers had the best ERA versus the Mets in the 1980s? How about that?
I knew you'd be on there.
I'm a little surprised I'm on there, frankly. Andujar, I'm not. In the innings pitch, maybe that's the key, Al. Ken Daly was outstanding as well.
Obi-Wan Kenobi, Ken Oberfeld, who's now living back in Maryville, Illinois.
6 years managing the AAA ball club for the Mets, so he certainly knows a lot of their young talent, and he is now the bench coach for the Mets and for Terry Collins. Collins is the 20th manager in the history of the Met franchise, and been a long year for him. Previously had managed Anaheim and Houston. Called to the bullpen is the lefty Arthur Rhodes.
Arthur Rhodes, Chevy called the bullpen, and 899th appearance for Arthur Rhodes. Littell warming up in that bullpen. Kind of up and down since he came over from Texas, but a lot of experience there. Stranded the bases loaded in 2/3 of an inning on Saturday.
So how do you rate this outing out of Jake Westbrook?
It's almost like his entire season. You know, it's just 6 innings. You get frustrated with the 4 walks. Only gave up 3 hits and 1 run, but you know, it's kind of like take away the walks, you go, why is he out of the game? But Tony sees at times he labors and just didn't want to see any more of it.
Drive handled by John Jay, out number 1. Josh Tolley now 2 for 3. Pitch hitter for the Mets. This is Josh Satin. Cardinal fans soaking this one in. Very patient as they had to endure rather long rain delay, 2 hours and 19 minutes. But why not be at the ballpark? Where else would you want to be on a Thursday afternoon?
Ray, you want me to answer that? Satin was 1 for 2 with 2 RBIs yesterday. Remember, he pinch hit and got a big double, drove in 2 runs. Those were his first 2 RBIs. His contract was purchased from Buffalo on September 1st. A mismatch in experience right here. Satin started the year at Double-A. Hit 325, 11 home runs, 60 RBIs in 90 games.
Hard hit ground ball. Freeze knocks it down. Throws out Satin.
Now you say, that hurt.
It may have.
See that ball kind of hooking on him, but
stays with
Stay with it. Drop to his feet, picks it up, guns him out.
I love this guy's name, Al. I'm going to let you say it.
Valentino.
Valentino what?
Oh, Pascucci. Or something like that. How do you want to say it?
That's it. I love this. I just love this guy's name. Big league name.
That it is. He was their MVP at AAA. Kind of a veteran 4A type player. .264, 21 home runs, 91 RBIs for the Bisons, their AAA affiliate in Buffalo.
And Arthur Rhodes carves him up. Nice inning for the veteran left-hander. Time to stretch. League Baseball postseason on Fox and TBS. The excitement begins September 30th with a division series on TBS. Josh Stinson, the new reliever for New York. Satin stays in the game. He'll play first base. Evans moves from first base to right field.
Josh Stinson unscored upon an 8 of his 10 outings, but he suffered losses 9-11 versus Chicago, and then the first game of the series versus St. Louis. Split his season between Buffalo and Birmingham AA.
And Stinson will face Lance Berkman, leading it off for St. Louis in the 7th. 7th has been a key inning for the Cardinals in this series, Al.
Sure has. The first 2 games, they had their rallying caps on in the 7th inning. 5 runs in the first game, 3 runs last night. First game was the game-winning pinch hit by Theriot, 2-run, and then Chambers got a bases-clearing triple, scored 5 runs in the 7th, and then last night it was Albert Berkman got on with 2 outs, and then David Freese hit the 3-run home run. Capped off his 5 RBI game.
Berkman had a base hit in the 5th inning to extend his hitting streak to 10 games. And celebrating signing a new contract. He will be a Cardinal next year.
David Wright is playing shortstop position. Jose Reyes almost behind second base. Tejada not out in right field though. Just deep on the grass at second.
A couple of weeks ago, John Mozeliak was quoted in the St. Louis Post-Dispatch as saying that he had a lot of work to do by October 1st, which I thought was a really interesting thing for him to say. And now it makes a lot of sense because he's gone to signing Chris Carpenter.
Stated they'll pick up the option of Adam Wainwright. Signed Lance Berkman today. And do all those little things, and then I think what they know Albert's going to become a free agent. They will have an exclusive signing period where only they can negotiate with their teams, can only negotiate with their own free agents, but he'll become a free agent. and then we'll see what the market bears. But I think the Cardinals will know what they can pay him, and pretty much here's what it is. But I also think Albert, if someone doesn't blow him away, I think he would come back to this environment where he's been so successful and take less money. But
hard hit to right at Evans.
I mean, a few $1 million less a year is one thing, but if somebody's going crazy on him, maybe you got to look at it.
David Freese 1 for 2 with a walk. Cardinals lead 4-1. Hoping to go a game behind the Atlanta Braves, who are off this afternoon. The Giants play later tonight against the Dodgers.
Moved to within 1 game of Atlanta and the wild card spot.
You have to keep track of those San Francisco Giants too.
No, there's no doubt about that.
Their pitching is good and their closer's good.
He's been hurt. You know, been on the disabled part of the year and stuff, but back strong now.
Hard hit to center field this time, and it gets down past Pagan in center, and David Freese has a double. Two-hit afternoon for David Freese on a ball that just seemed to fly away from the center fielder Pagan, who didn't seem like he got a very good read on that ball.
Kind of missed location. They wanted it further away, but David Freese has good power to the opposite field. Is this in the gap out in right center? Pagan playing in on it. Started coming across, straight across, and then realized that that ball was carrying further, and then had to change his angle and go right to the wall.
Pagan is the outfielder that made that perfect throw when the Cardinals were in New York to Dave McKay, the first base coach. There was a play at first base where there was nobody. There wasn't a Met within 30
I remember
yards,
that now. Yeah.
And he made a perfect throw right to Dave McKay for an error. Molina takes ball 1.
Cardinals need to take care of Molina this offseason.
Winning always puts you in the frame of mind to take care of your players, whether it's here the last month of the season, making some of the decisions that have to be made, or Cardinals can get into the playoffs and make some noise there. Really benefits everybody, but certainly benefiting the fans who just want to see more baseball in October.
What happens with Tony La Russa? I think he comes back.
Ball's hit hard to right field and deep. Back goes Evans. He's not going to get it. It's down up against the wall, and the Cardinals now lead 5-1.
Back-to-back doubles. Another RBI for Molina. That now 63. That's a new career high in RBIs. Ricky, you know, as a pitcher, when you have guys that will spray the ball around, the right-handers that take the ball to the opposite field, you kind of have to change your pattern. You can't pitch him one way. If you got a dead pull hitter, he's easy to pitch to. But when guys will go spray the ball around and hit the opposite field, you got to change your pattern.
Terrio's a bit of a spray hitter. Not so much a gap spray hitter, but he's not afraid to hit the ball the right side. And Stinson's not fooling anybody yet. Berkman hit a line drive right to the right fielder. Freese and Molina both hitting the ball hard as well.
It's the time to think of Terrio as a singles hitter, but he has 26 doubles now.
Ground ball to left side, backhanded by Reyes. High throw gets Terrio.
John Jay was 0 for 13 before he doubled his last time up, and now it looks like a pitching change. Herrera, a little lefty, was warming up, and it looks like he'll be coming in for Terry Collins.
Will Tony use one of those pieces he has on his bench? You'll find out after this. Ball, there's his numbers. Former Cincinnati Red.
Cincinnati Red, then he was with Milwaukee, and that's how he was acquired by the Mets. On September 1st, they acquired, can't be September, well, he was a player to be named later apparently because he was in the Francisco Rodriguez trade. He lost the game last night, faced one guy in that 7th inning where they had brought in like 3 or 4 relievers. You know, I asked about, all the problems they've had in the bullpen. And Izzy's closing now, but he's got a bulging disc in his back. Why did they get rid of K-Rod? And the answer was he was due $17.5 million bonus if he finished 55 games this year. So he wasn't going to, he would have reached that plateau, and the Mets, having some financial problems, didn't want to pay that. And that, he still had a contract for next year and beyond. So purely a money deal.
Tyler Green pinch hits for John Jay. And we haven't seen much of him, Al.
Well, Tyler Green, had a very good year at AAA. A lot of speculation that Cardinals would see a lot of playing time, but Tony La Russa kind of said, I want to see more for Cal. And now with their winning, see what he's done in home games and versus road games. He got off to a good start. 7 shutout innings, his first 11 outings for the Mets. Must have been home.
There's a line drive to left. This ball's going to get down. RBI base hit for Tyler Green. Makes it 6-1 Cardinals.
Couldn't tell if that was the turn that ball over. The only thing it did was just sit up there. Screwball, but it just sat there, didn't really move much, and until it jumped off the bat of Tyler Green. Good for Tyler.
Another pinch hitter. This time it's Tony Cruz.
Tyler did get an RBI double in the 11th inning of Friday night's win at Philadelphia.
Ball almost went out in
Yeah.
Philadelphia. Hit the top of the fence and kind of rolled along the top of the screen there in Philly, and almost a home run.
Tony Cruz was up earlier.
Hopped into center. First ball hitting. Cruz is retired. Cardinals tack on 2 more in the 7th. 6-1 Redbirds. Sports Midwest is brought to you by Smooth Bush Beer and Easy Drinking Bush Light. By Bank of America, where ATM deposits are as easy as an infield fly. No deposit slip, no envelope with Bank of America. Member FDIC. And by AT&T. Aggie.
All right, just a moment, I'll trade for you.
The smiley face we see every time we come to the ballpark, Al. She knows where everything is.
Oh, she's the best. Aggie Suriati, just, she's delight. Every day we walk through those doors and see Aggie smile, and we feel already good about our day.
Always has a good day, doesn't she?
Oh, she's never had a bad day. We've heard people say that, but we don't believe it. But with Aggie, we do.
Octavio Dotel will pitch the 8th. 0-1 on Reyes. 0 for 2 with a walk.
Dotel's been very important since he came over in the trade. Really, look at the trade deadline when they shored up that bullpen with Dotel, Zepchinski, Rhodes, moved Kyle McClellan back to the bullpen. Edwin Jackson solidified the rotation.
You would think in some ways not huge changes, Al, but the pieces sure seem to fit better.
I agree. Just things started to fall in place. It was unfortunate that Cardinals' time came to an end with Franklin and Trevor Miller, some good guys and everything, but the clock is not correct, is it?
No, it's been off all day long.
Oh,
it's been confusing me. It is not 9:45.
AM or PM?
Wonder what time it feels like to the Mets right now. Getaway day for them.
Plan on being halfway to home about this time.
This is their last road game of the year.
Right.
They play the Phillies in Cincinnati. Finish up at home. Nice crowd here this afternoon. Base hit to center. And it gets away from Chambers. And Tejada goes from first to second. 35,992 here this afternoon.
Be a base hit and error. Chambers gets over and cuts it off. Just popped out of his, hitting the heel of the glove, and then he lost his footing, allowing Tejada to go to second base. Right there in the heel.
Chambers is taken over in center. Descalzo, the third baseman. That's what we always say about young players, Al. It's not really what they do when they're going well, because everybody can handle that. It's how do you handle adversity at the big league level, which is really the real test.
And Chambers is an exciting player. We've seen that aspect. We've also seen that he's raw in his ability, but the upside is big. That hit by Tejada was only the 4th for the Mets.
So a single, an error, now a wild pitch, and the Mets have a runner at third, trailing by 5.
McCann had that big at bat back in the 5th inning after the walk to Tejada gave them their lone run. Bases were loaded, and he rounded out on the first pitch, breaking his back. That was right after Westbrook had walked 2, including 1 with the bases loaded.
Cardinals in that 5th inning were able to tack on a couple of runs, and Albert Pujols home run, then 3 straight hits by Berkman, Freese, and Molina. This ball gets away from Molina, and that is an ugly run right there.
That looks like a pass ball. So an error, a wild pitch, and a pass ball. We'll see if that's the way they scored it, but it didn't look like it had all glove. Fastball from a 3-time Gold Glove winner.
Ball just seemed to sail on Yadier Molina, but he would tell you should catch that ball. So really an ugly run. 6-2 now is the score. Ed Dotel could start over again.
Fastball in.
Swing and a miss. Dotel hits his spot. Strikes out Pagan. David Wright is 0 for 3. And not the player we've seen in the past, Al. I think you're right on about that. Cardinals have been very good in the Eastern Division, 22-12, taking on the Mets here this afternoon. The trouble has really come below 500 record, Al, against the National League West.
And what comes back to my mind is, remember the first road series in San Francisco, some of those ugly walk-off losses. A big hello to Lori West, who's watching us in Las Vegas.
David Wright does not like the slider in this series. I'd say you got to throw him another one.
He just doesn't look right. He's too good of a ball player, and I'm sure we all want to pull for a guy like David Wright. But we'll pull for him better tomorrow.
Strikes out on a slider. 6-2 Cardinals, bottom of the 8th. Of the St. Louis Cardinals, it may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the St. Louis Cardinals. 6-2 Cardinals. Top of the order, bottom of the 8th inning. New Met pitcher is Manny Acosta.
Appearing for the 41st time. 3.61 ERA. He's been much better of late, unscored upon in 27 of his last 34 games for a 2 ERA. Hadn't allowed a run in 8 of his last 11 games. During that time, he's 2-0 with 2 saves. Has allowed 6 home runs in his 41 1/3 innings this year.
Almost feels like football weather here at the ballpark.
That's why I've got my coat on.
I probably should be wearing mine.
Probably Actually, he's warmed up a degree. It's 58 now.
I like it, though.
Keeps you fresh.
Cardinals have no trouble being fresh right now. They are very excited as a ball club. They've won 12 of their last 14. Hoping for another victory here this afternoon. The sweep of the Mets.
Well, Ricky, you really kind of like what you hear from the ball club. You know, guys always talking about, you know, hey, we just have to win. We know we just have to win out. Being respectful of their opponents. You know, the Atlanta Braves are chasing, concerned about the Giants behind them. But they just keep it very simple and just say we just have to win.
I've liked a lot of what's come out of the Cardinals clubhouse about the understanding that they know that Cardinal fans really didn't have a lot of hope about a month ago, and they understand that they weren't really showing any signs of life, and so it would have been pretty normal kind of conclusion for a fan to say, well, I'm going to write this season off. And so fans are jumping on the bandwagon here, but I think players are saying, hey, no problem. Come along for a ride, because we're not surprising ourselves. I'm not sure that's the right way to say it. But it was a real long shot. But it's a long shot that is kind of coming to fruition here because they're getting good hitting, good pitching, really all facets of the game.
Well, they knew they were a good ball club, and they got better at the trade deadline. But they just weren't playing to their capabilities.
They had won 5 straight games all season long going into September.
And I mean, early in the season, you thought the starting pitching was a strength. Well, then there was a point in the season where it became a weak spot. And all the problems you had in the bullpen early sort of got solved by the trades at the deadline. The offense has always been there all season long, but there were times, too, when it just didn't score a lot of runs and they weren't winning the close games. But when you don't, you know, you can't win more than 4 games, it's hard to think they'd go on this type of run. But now all of a sudden they're putting it all together at the right time.
Cardinal coaches, Tony La Russa leading that charge, obviously, as the manager, just said, you know, we're going to just play this out. We're going to keep going till we're out of it, and it just hasn't happened. Players all of a sudden did start to click, and you've got guys coming off the bench producing. Brian Terrio, Alan Craig, and Alan Craig getting some starts, and then the injury to Matt Holliday, it just hasn't really, well, they haven't really missed a beat.
Well, I mean, you can't replace Holliday like you can't replace Wainwright, but Alan Craig's been a good substitute. And with all the injuries you had, and then even the manager suffering through shingles, he can tell you now that he still wants to itch it. There's still kind of a sensation there that's not quite right. Now you see Matt, you know, hopefully you get him back, but going into that Philadelphia series, biggest series of the year, knowing that you're losing your cleanup hitter. And yet they didn't miss a beat. They just went out there and said, okay, we've got to play. We've got games here. Play with what we have.
David Freese contributing.
I think the key thing is, you know, like, you know what you get from Albert, Berkman, and Holliday, but like you said, Freese contribute. But the other day you get contribution from Terrio and Chambers to help win a ball game.
And it's really the only way you do win. If you're talking about a team on a run, we're showing so many faces here of so many players that are a part of that. Yadier Molina is a part of that. John Jay.
As great as Albert and Holliday and Berkman are, you can't count on them every day.
Albert flies out. 8 innings in the books.
Coming up after the game on the post-game edition of Missouri Lottery Cardinals Live. Pat Paris, Cal Eldred are at Lumiere Place. The Cards try to close the gap on idle Atlanta. Alan Craig gets the offense started early. Plus, Tony La Russa's post-game thoughts. That and more coming up after the game. Jason Mott on to pitch the ninth. We go back to the booth and Rick and Al, guys.
Thanks, Jim. Appreciate your help. Jason Mott takes over. A couple of other changes for the Cardinals. Skip Schumacher is now the right fielder. And Shane Robinson will be in left field, but Jason Mott on to close it out. There's Skip, and there's Shane.
Talking about contributors, what about Jason Mott and what he's done, not only all season, but particularly the second half?
Checking out those wild card standings. Al was really just, I don't want to say it a pipe dream, but almost about 3 weeks ago. Just thinking, well, maybe. And now it's a reality.
August 25th, the Cardinals were 10.5 games out. And now they're 3 outs away from being 1 game back. What I worry about now is the fact that we really have relied heavily on Mott, Littell, Subchinski, Arthur Rhodes to some degree. But, really, those are the guys that are coming out of that bullpen day after day after day.
Like I have a few more guys in the bullpen.
Salas, put him in there, but it would almost be unfair for some of those guys to come into a game now. It's been so long, and you'd worry about their control. But you run the strong hand or the hot hand, but
another contributor has been Derek Lilliquist.
And the absence of Dave Duncan, who is such a reassuring voice, and his preparation is so good. But that's what Derek said is, it's like, hey, I had half a year with him. I got a pretty good understanding what he was doing. I'm just following his game plan. But it's been a seamless transition. And once again, we wish Janine and Dave the speediest recovery. And Dave is where he needs to be right now, and everybody understands that.
Absolutely. Jason Mott struggling a bit to find the strike zone here in the ninth, trying to close it out. Nick Evans takes a strike on the corner, 1-1. Cardinals, if they're able to close the door here in the ninth inning, would actually go to just 4 games behind the Milwaukee Brewers, too.
It's another thing, yes. I think their magic number is 3.
But with just 6 games to play for each team,
you keep on winning. I mean, who would have thought that Philadelphia, best team with the best record in baseball, when the Cardinals went in there, would lose 5 straight.
Ground ball to short. Furcal boots it. No play. Be an error on Furcal, and there's something about what he's doing defensively, Al, where his brain and his hands are not at the same speed.
Oh, we just raved about how he's helped out defensively, but I think this is his 10th error since coming to the Cardinals in a very short time. As you said, the brain saying one thing, the hands and the body are doing another, and just a double play that would put you right there, nobody on base, 2 outs, looking for the last one, and now you've got 2 runners on. Potential tying run is in the on deck circle.
That old athletic teaching about be quick but don't hurry,
right,
I think may apply here. True in every sport, really.
Evans had already hit into a double play today, so you knew you didn't really have to rush. The ball was hit just almost perfect to be the double play.
Josh Tolley has a couple of hits. Jason Mott trying to pitch around the error here in the 9th inning. Cardinals leading by 4.
Now the Cardinals need a triple play. Back there, May 11th, line drive, the force out to Ozzie, on over to Jeffries. They got the rundown, and they tag him out, and the Cardinals turn to triple play. History does repeat itself, Ricky.
Well, let's see if it happens here. Fly ball to center. Everybody's going to have to forget to tag up if it's going to happen. Out number 1 in the 9th. Our Budweiser player of the game. Who would you pick?
Big home run hitter.
That's who Al picks, Alan Craig.
Friday is going to pinch hit here.
Friday 3 for 24 as a pinch hitter for the Mets.
163, 8 for 49 his last 28 games. 0 for 6 on the road trip.
This season can't end soon enough for the Mets. They've had, of course, problems at the top in terms of their ownership, financial issues. It's been a very solid organization, really, over the last 20 years. Very competitive most years. They have a new ballpark, but they've just got issues that they're going to have to settle with their ownership.
And you just thought they had, solid ownership, but then with the Ponzi scheme, they lost reportedly $500 million. Some think it's even more than that. They have agreed to look for sell, I think, about 1/3 of the ownership, get additional revenues.
The Dodgers have had a similar year.
Oh, yeah. With the walk and then the missed double play, Mott's had to throw a lot of pitches. Thrown 18 pitches, 9 balls, 9 strikes, 3-1 count to the pinch hitter.
And he walked it. And now the tying run comes to the plate here in the 9th inning.
Another pinch hitter. Justin Turner. Sapchinski is warming up. Tony may be calling. See how close he is. Remember, he can get righties out too. Last 10 games, Justin Turner has batted .133.
Mott did get the double play, but Al, he just doesn't seem sharp yet. You better find it in a hurry. He is missing by quite a bit.
Well, and I just think that, a case of being overworked. You're riding the same guys all the time, and maybe he just needed a little time off. That's why that double play ball would have been so helpful.
Remember the last time we saw Jason Mott pitch, he was having trouble with his pant leg. He kept reaching down, and
now he's got the pants up.
So he's wearing them in a different way. And he's going to have to try to lock it in here in a hurry. Through 21 pitches on Friday.
12 Monday, 24 yesterday, and now he's at 20 plus today. This time of year, though, you just got all winter to rest, so you want to be out there.
The 1-1 to Justin Turner. Strike at the knees. So new life for Jason Mott, new life for the fans here at Busch Stadium.
Been a long afternoon for them.
A lot of popcorn, a lot of hot dogs, a lot of adult beverages.
Need a lot of cotton candy. That spun sugar. Oh, that was invented by a dentist, you know.
Trying to get business. 1-2 the count to Justin Turner. Bases loaded in the ninth. The pitch.
Jam shot there on the self-defense swing.
Mott seems to have righted himself a bit. Harris, Evans, and Priddy, the base runner.
One more pitch. One good pitch, get the ground ball double play. Good at bat. Unfortunately for Jason Mott. Late inning situations, Justin Turner, with runners on late innings, is hitting .429. With runners in scoring position, .361, fourth best mark in the National League. And having a good at bat here. 0 for 6 on the road trip. He was 0 for 3 last night.
0 for 3 last night. The call error led to problems yesterday. And it's led to some problems for Jason Mott here in the ninth inning.
Could be his last pitch. Hopefully it's the double play ball.
The 3-2 from Mott.
Nine pitches already. 3-2 pitch.
Cardinal fans willing a strike here. And it's ball 4. The bases loaded walk. And the score tightens. Now 6-3 St. Louis. And the top of the order for the New York Mets. And here comes Tony La Russa.
It's got to come out. Go to Zepchinski for the switch hitter, Reyes.
More outs to get here in St. Louis. Mott. Trouble here in the 9th inning. Mets have already scored a run. An error by Rafael Furcal has extended this inning. Also include 3 walks in this inning by Jason Mott. And Mets don't have a hit yet, but they've already scored a run, and they have the bases loaded, and Tony La Russa goes to Zepchinski.
Yeah, you saw the numbers since the trade, 0-2, 3.60 ERA. And I don't think those numbers really reflect how well he's pitched. Been used in many different roles, but be very effective. Can be a strikeout pitcher. Very tough on left-handers, but a lot of success getting ground balls on righties too. I believe he's only 25, and he'd be a big part of the Cardinal future.
Tough assignment here in Jose Reyes. Bases loaded. 9th inning. Ball 1.
His average is down to 328. He was leading the National League in hitting by percentage points over Braun. The Mets or Milwaukee, neither one of them have ever had a batting championship.
There's a line drive, base hit to center field for Jose Reyes. And it's now 6-4 St. Louis. A broken bat single over the head of Ryan Theriot.
If there's any good news about that, is the fact that, you know, only 1 run scored. The runner at second, you know, all runners really are kind of watching to make sure this is not caught. See, the runner at second, he could only advance to third base, as he had to make sure that Theriot did not catch that ball. Got up as high as he possibly could and just got over the glove.
Molina out to talk to Zepchinski. And perhaps giving opportunity for Fernando Salas to get ready in the Cardinal bullpen. He jammed Jose Reyes. Decent pitch. Bad result.
Right. Tejada. Not much power. High average.
I don't think Zepchinski's going to pitch to it.
And now that Salas is ready, Tony's going out, and he'll make the pitching change.
Zepchinski doesn't get his man. And now it's going to be up to Fernando Salas to put out the fire here in the 9th inning.
Salas already plenty of time to make extra throws. Tony doesn't know that his reliever's coming all the way in, and now he'll make the change, but he was trying to give you several more pitches.
At least he's smiling about it. Bases loaded for the New York Mets, and Fernando Salas hoping for save number 25. Cardinals have had a big struggle getting outs here, Al, in the 9th inning.
Really have. They started this 9th inning with a 4-run lead. They went to Mott, who threw 24 pitches last night. And we kind of talked about how they really only depending on the pitchers that are used. This game goes extra innings. You're asking guys to come in that haven't pitched in a long time.
Good news would be you're facing guys on the other team that aren't very good right now.
Well, that's true too, but it'd be a shame that lose that 4-0 lead. Now they'd be unearned runs, but
breaking pitch, strike 2 to Tejada. Cardinals hoping for a double play. Just missing the outside corner.
Good pitcher's pitch there. Outfield pretty shallow. Don't have a power hitter at the plate.
The 1-2 from Salas. 2-2.
Change up and then try to elevate the fastball and get him to chase. Little guy like that, you want him to hit it in the air. Strikeout would be a lot better though.
Cardinal pitchers have walked 7 batters already.
3 by Mott, 4 by the starter Westbrook. Almost hit him. 3-2 here.
From 0-2 to 3-2. This ball's hit to left field. This is trouble. Shane Robinson can't make the play, and it's down in the corner. The Mets are going to tie this game at least. Jose Reyes stops at third.
Wow, Chip Hales stopped him. I don't think there's any way the Cardinals could have thrown him out. But with 1 out, they're content to put the go-ahead run at third base. So runners at second and third now.
A crushing inning for the Cardinals.
Down the line, Shane Robinson rated as the best outfield in the Cardinal organization in the last 2 years, just off the glove. Little guy dives for it, gives that great effort, and he's got to scramble to his feet.
Outstanding effort by Robinson. Now you're walking Angel Pagan to pitch to David Wright with the bases loaded.
That just tells you how he's swinging the bat right now.
And the Cardinal fortunes have absolutely changed here in this 9th inning. They were just 3 outs away from being a game behind Atlanta. And now they're just fighting to stay tied here in the top of the 9th inning. Berkman, Freese, actually Berkman, Descalzo, and Molina set in the bottom of the 9th inning for St. Louis.
And all the wholesale defensive changes, and you lose some big bats.
Salas, 1-0 to David Wright. Fouls it back, 1-1. This crowd here is stunned.
No off days. No matter what happens in this game, Carpenter's going to have to go very deep in the game tomorrow.
The 1-1 pitch. Cardinals just can't throw strikes here in the 9th inning.
Something when Salas was going so well, just automatic that he throws strikes.
Watch out. Ball goes into the into the Mets dugout. I think that hit
got somebody.
David Wright has had trouble with the slider all afternoon long.
Breaking ball from Salas and a good changeup.
Swing and a miss.
To the fastball bomb.
A big strikeout for Fernando Salas.
He just isn't right. Willie Harris. A couple walks today, 0 for 2, but he's had some success against the Cardinals in the past.
First pitch is low. Harris has walked twice. 6-6 in the 9th inning. Mets only have 6 hits in the afternoon. The 1-0. Swing and a miss.
Said, what, 8 walks now for this inning. Cardinal pitching is allowed.
Harris walked to lead this inning off. Jim Reynolds has been very fair with his strike zone. Cardinals pitchers are just missing. Need a strike here.
Difference between attacking the strike zone and nibbling.
The 2-1. There's a strike and perhaps a gift.
Generous.
Don't go full. Get him here. Crowd urging Fernando Salas on here in the 9th inning. Cardinals trying to keep this game tied. The 2-2 is a line drive, base hit to right field. The Mets score 1. Here comes another runner to the plate, and he's safe. And the ball gets away, and the Mets now lead 8-6 in the 9th inning. Oh my! Willie Harris delivers.
Tough error on Schumacher there.
Pitch down.
Just hooked it. Good throwing arm by Schumacher. Throw up the line a little bit, but almost a collision as the ball's coming through. And E9 allowing Harris to get to second base. Runners at second and third. Cardinal fans, as you say, are stunned. 6-run 9th inning. Still 2 more out there.
Popped up the right side. Schumacher gives way to Chambers. The New York Mets have scored 6 runs in the 9th. They lead by 2. Cardinal bullpen. And the Cardinals, hoping to go a game behind Atlanta, have seen their fortunes change here in the 9th inning, and now they're going to have to rally against Bobby Parnell. Throws 100 miles an hour out of the bullpen. He can be had, Al. He's had some rough outings. And Nick Punto, and mentioned that Berkman's leading off, but he had been replaced for defensive purposes, so the Cardinals again stuck with their top hitters not in this ball game as they're trying to rally here in the bottom of the 9th inning, and Punto will lead it off.
Well, Parnell has lost 5 straight ball games, and he has 5 blown saves. But a lot of times I kind of question Tony when he makes the wholesale defensive changes, but with a 4-run lead in the 9th inning and having some of your best arms available, you know, I can understand it this time.
Yeah.
One thing I may have questioned was after Mott threw 24 pitches last night, why have him start the 9th in a non-save situation and someone else start the inning, and then you have him if he got in trouble.
This is just a bizarre atmosphere here at the ballpark right now, Al. A game that the Cardinals had in hand.
Well, it just goes to show you, you know, you have to play 27 outs. One of my also worries was the fact that Tony was going to the same relievers day in, day out. You know, that would they wear out?
1-2 to Nick Punto. The Cardinals need base runners here. How about a bloop and a blast? We'll play extras. The 1-2 to Nick Punto.
Punto kind of is going to establish what happens this inning, what he does as a leadoff man. He reaches base, and everyone kind of picks up the spirits, and they think they got a chance.
2-2 to Punto. Swing and a miss. Cardinals down to their last 2 outs. And you know they are celebrating right now in Atlanta.
Though it would be a devastating loss, this club has been very resilient. It's still time to make it up. It just makes it that much tougher.
Daniel Descalzo. This will be a real test for this ball club.
Well, they've been tested all season, and it's just we haven't expected it to be a meltdown from the bullpen of late. So now they're a devastating loss, but with all the veterans, you know, they'll overcome it.
6 games left after today. The Cardinals will either be 1 game back or 2. And they're going to need some 9th inning magic to make it 1. Yadier Molina will hit next. He has a couple of hits in this game.
Remember also, the trend in this series has been, you know, 2 out base hits. Maybe we can get started with 1.
Descalzo, then Molina, then Terrio and Chambers batting in the 7th and 8th spots, and we've seen them contribute already in this series. Three and 1. Pops it into center field. Out number 2. Cardinals now almost inexplicably down to their last out.
the Cardinals were as good as they thought, you know, they weren't supposed to be batting here at the bottom of the ninth. Added 2 more hits today. He's got the average to 302. Best offensive year by far.
Now the Cardinals down to their last strike.
Yachty battle an awful lot.
The 0-2.
Could have been over right there.
One and 2 to Molina. Cardinals' last chance. Cardinals trail by 2 in the bottom of the 9th inning. Be nice if the Cardinals had Matt Holliday available here this afternoon.
Thought you were going to win another one without it.
2 and 2 to Molina. Ball 3.
You know, he scores 6 runs. That should be enough for a victory. And got 12 hits, 3 costly Cardinal errors, and a bunch of walks.
This game scheduled to start nearly 6 hours ago. Been a long afternoon for the Cardinals. There's a bloop to right. This ball is caught by the right fielder, Pridey, and this game is over. A stunned crowd reacts, and a stunned Cardinal dugout.
Well, we'll see what they're made of. They've answered every other test, but this is a crucial and horrible loss. But they've got time to overcome it. But they truly do now have to win out.
A couple of drives late in this game. A play that Shane Robinson almost makes that ends up being a double. And the game ends when Pridey makes this play in right field, and the Cardinals lose this one 8-6. Hard to believe. Post game is coming up next.